Hello, everybody. Welcome to It's a Long Story, a place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create little thing called magic. With us, we are missing a couple people. Matt will be joining us pretty soon. Kay will be joining us a little bit after that. But with us are our beautiful friends in the new moon. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
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 Brand, you say hi?
I forgot that I muted myself so you guys couldn't hear me,
Brandon.
and here we are.
Brandon was so talkative before we started, and now I need it, and you weren't there. It's all good. Welcome. For those who have no idea, this is hi. We are a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, having 5 parties, this many, living, existing, and breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world of Estero. So, if this is your first, second, or third time watching, welcome. We hope you enjoy. Grab a coffee, or whatever.
Grab one.
Whatever beverage of your choice. Announcements next week. Next week, the 9th, so Wednesday going into Saturday, so the 9th through the 12th, I will be out of town, so we will be missing sessions for Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, as we are celebrating my wife's birthday. So we will be back after that. And what will be back with me, Brandon?
Reinvigorated hope and love of life. Yeah,
Absolutely. God, I hope so. No, it'll be one-shots. We'll be having one-shots starting out in the right around the 15th. So for those that have not had the pleasure, it's there. I'm just gonna find it. Please check it out. So we'll have some information. I'll probably try to at least kind of list a couple of them for this week, or for the 15th. We'll probably start off with some of the old ones, just to kind of dip our feet back into it. But I will be out in the wilderness for a week, so I'm really hoping to be able to kind of get most of that mushroom one shot I've been trying to get down up here. So so if you're interested in checking that out, in playing with it, it's going to be during the week, probably mid-afternoon sort of things. That will be, you can do so by going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. If you've never joined Start Playing, or if you've never seen that the site before, it's beautiful. It's awesome people. They just did their own little April Fool's email thing today, which was not annoying because it was so obvious. It was called Start Naying, and it was they were going to make a break off group of for people who love horses, I think was the idea of the joke. Anyways, it landed probably a little bit better than what I just said, but only a little bit, honestly. But it was cute. It was fun. So yeah, great company. Love to be working with them, honestly. So go to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. That's me. That's where all those will be at. Like I said, there's no information there just yet, but there will be pretty soon. So even if you want to just jump on there and make sure you have an account and all that stuff, you could also just send me a message and say, hey, when those pop up, can you please let me know? I'll make sure that you're informed as soon as possible. So thanks. Also, you can check out our Instagram and TikTok at It's a Long Story _TTRPG, which is a great way, as well as liking and subscribing where you're watching this here, of supporting the channel. So thank you so much. Please check those out. You can also, this is a live stream, so for friends that are jumping in and saying hi, we have some players from other campaigns, because this is, as I've said before, but may have been lost in translation. These are campaigns that are happening at the same time, as we will be circling that drain more and more every week, of things colliding. So yeah, please feel free to comment, say hi, check in, say what's up, and talk about how good Nathan looks today. Nathan, you look great, man.
I appreciate it. You don't look too bad yourself over there.
Hey, we try. Beautiful. That's it. That's all I got for my announcement. So please check out and do those things. Is it Brandon on recap? Who's got recap? No, Chelsea's got recap. I knew that. Cool. So before we jump into tonight's session, a very important session for not only New Moon but all of Astera, we need to get a recap of where we left off at the party. So Chelsea, please take it away.
We open up on a mysterious being stalking this rabbit type creature. The being is revealed to be our friend Prisha, who's accompanied by a new friend thing. It is clear that Prisha has been in this forest where she is for a long time. It's revealed that she's been there for 77 months. I didn't math it out, but that's a long time. A black shadow appears, taunting Prisha. She runs away, continuing this game she's playing with this creature. As she's running away, she encounters an archfey named Esselise, who has come to claim Prisha's companion. Esselise cannot take Prisha out of the forest, but she is able to release Ianthe's message that was sent long ago. Prisha asks the archfey to respond, "I love you." Meanwhile, back in the past, in the present, unclear. New Moon is conversing with their greeters Iskarval and Orzai. Iskar comments how we do not pull our power from the weave, which is the primordial magic that permeates throughout the plane. We decide to rest for the night before venturing into the city. Jet creates a tower with really lovely personalized beds and inscriptions for every member. I'm not going to go into all of them. Watch last week's episode if you want to know. They're really great. Except Ada, who gets a regular bed. Sorry, Ada. Green asks Jet to examine the key that he received from his trial, where they learn it is a crazy powerful magical artifact. So then they locate Ianthe's mirror and learn that it is also a crazy powerful magical artifact. Everybody eventually heads to bed after some more conversations. Adim and Iskar keep watch just in case, and have some conversations about Ashar and about power and magic. Ada is unable to get comfortable. She's trying to go to sleep, and she is suddenly visited by Esselise, who relays the message from Prisha, hilariously, because obviously Ada and Prisha don't know each other. Ada reacts accordingly, and Esselise tells Ada that she will keep an eye on her, as we may need her in the time to come. Ada can't get back to sleep, so she spends the rest of the night polishing her pauldron and does not notice Orzai watching her very intently.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Chelsea. Please take that point of inspiration.
I will.
Cool. Anything else to add, friends? Yeah, I think that was the gist of it. Your boy did forget the difference between an almirage and a jackalope, so apologies for all the DM people out there who saw that. I do think there's a good possibility that in Astera they are the same. They're very similar.
So
Antlers,
would that be
unicorn.
two?
It's almost like
Would it
you
be
said
two
the
unicorn
canon.
horns, or would
I
it
know.
be
It's
one
almost-
with the antlers? Right? Like,
Yeah, so almirage is unicorn horn, and then jackalope is antlers.
so
But hey,
is there a jackamirage?
yeah,
Could it be like two unicorn horns?
yes,
That's all I'm saying.
there's a but they're way too big because the rabbit's smaller and they just fall over, and yep, it's good. It's Feywild, it's fine. And also, as Chelsea pointed out, I can do whatever I want. It's my campaign. And we may find out more about that later. Who knows? Cool. I believe I'm set for the most part. It is a full craziness type of session. But I will try my darndest. You guys want to play some D&D?
Heck
I really
yeah.
do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. That's good. Let's do it. All right. So,
I think you muted yourself.
did I? Here we go. Yep. For everyone who is now waking up inside of the, I guess we could still call it a tower that Jet had created. Some of which, some people who have not had much sleep. We're gonna go around and say what your morning looks like as you wake up, and also because you all have leveled up. Congratulations! Please feel free to tell me what you leveled up in. We're gonna go a little crazy. It's gonna be it is April Fools, so we're gonna go nuts here. We're gonna start with Nathan.
Oh.
So
well,
Jet, as you awaken.
Pearls clutched, Joe. Pearls clutched.
I know. I got you. Hey, I got you guys. I got you guys so good. All right. What does Jet's morning look like?
I think Jet gets up off of his couch because that's instead of a bed, he curls up on a couch in front of a fireplace. I think he gets up and stretches and goes and grabs his spear and kind of gets ready for the day and kind of does a little bit of stretching and warm-ups since he's seen like a Deem do that in the mornings and get prepared. Jet has leveled up in Wizard again. So 6 level spells and 7 more hit points. That's what we're talking about. So await the new cool things that Jet can do. I think the first thing Jet's going to do is just kind of go around like not the outside, the inside of the tower and kind of trace his hands around and look for potentially, knowing that they have these super powerful items has got him kind of paranoid. And so I think he's going to go around and just kind of like, I don't really, you know how they have like those little spritz bottles to see like the red lights in like spy movies and stuff? He's just kind of going around trying to detect magic around, making sure nobody's spying on him, kind of thing. Like, now this is bad. Sweats. So I think that's what he's just kind of taking guard and going around, kind of just making note of where everybody is and everything like that.
Okay. So so you're casting detect magic. Go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
Excellent. It helps if you pull your dice out for this. I was just going to wait, until I needed them. All right. Arcana, you said 21.
21. Okay. Okay. As you cast your magic around, trying to kind of just make sure is everything on the up and up, is everybody, has there been any sort of infiltration of the night before, given the extreme sort of the area that you've been in of that you're about to be walking into, most likely, that is just going to be new, different, strange. Which means new, different, strange dangers, I think, for Jet. As you cast it around you, you notice everybody's magical items seem to light up. I think as you get closer to Titian, you know Titian has the last... Well, Titian has a very important magical item. And I think there's a possibility of the 21 that you just kind of like lean maybe a little bit closer just to kind of get an idea.
Oh, 100%. Like, he's like waiting on Titian to roll over so that he can like see where it's at on his person and just kind of like watch.
Mm-hmm. There is an you turning that detect magic on in that area feels like there is a blinding light that is flashing. It reminds you a little bit about the times that you've been that you've tried to detect Alyssa's magic before.
Okay, so Jet's just kind of be like this a little bit and just... I think Jet would wait on Titian to wake up for the day before asking to do anything, but I think he would definitely be like in the room, just kind of like a bird, you know, like you know the seagulls, how they'll just sit there and like watch until a fish gets close. That's Jet. He's just kind of like waiting for it.
Cool. Well, I think it's only fitting to say that Titian, you wake up. Go ahead and tell me how your morning goes, which might be very abrupt to the RP of this moment, and your level.
I'm gonna lean right into the maximum amount of awkwardness. So, what I'm picturing is, because the coin is in Titian's, is in the fanny pack of holding. So if Jet is literally holding a spear out, casting detect magic, in essence, Titian wakes up with Jet hovering his spear above Titian's crotch, just waving it back and forth,
like a magic, like a wand. Crap, what's it called? Like a metal detecting wand. Yeah. Like
TSA, like, yeah, and just like waving it over it. I'll do my level and stuff here in a second, but I want to stay in this moment.
Yeah, of course.
Anything down there of interest to you, Jet, or is this just is this quite forward? Okay.
Yeah. So there's a very it's blinding. There's
I've been told that before. Yeah, a time or two.
What you see, you have this magical item, you know, and
magical, definitely magical. Mm-hmm.
And well, you know, I identified Greens, and then I identified Ianthes. And
yeah,
so
a lot of people have identified Greens for sure.
Really, who? Because we should be worried. They're very powerful, and people might come after us for it.
I think Green's got a lot of people chasing him for his at this moment. That's a long book. I'm being honest with you.
Oh no! Okay.
Brandon, take a point of inspiration.
We have to prepare.
The way I picture Titian's been out. Titian was out all last session when the magic items were discovered, so I have no fucking clue what you're no clue what you're talking about.
Oh yeah, and Jet 100% does not pick up on this conversation being this way.
Really, blinding doesn't give you.
So, but
I've heard people say blinding before. Ooh.
So, so Jet, is this some? I'm picking up on maybe this is something a little bit more than you're intending, or at least I'm really hoping it is. What is really going on here?
So you know how Green got that key, and Anthony got the mirror. So the key can like bring us places wherever we want to go, and the mirror can like reflect the person's like true soul and who they are, and reveal secrets, or it can like wake you up the day before and you remember what happened, but nobody else does, so you get a redo.
Oh, okay. So time travel and teleportation. Okay, those all sound really great.
And you have a coin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was gonna try to figure out what that does.
Oh, so you think the coin's magic? Okay.
It's definitely magical. I can see it from here.
Okay. Sure. Let me just whip this out. As I whip this out, I do it in a.
So
I'm trying to think of a good way to embed this in, Joe. A more swashbuckly type way. As I took an extra level in Rogue, and I'm now officially a swashbuckler. So I'm swashing my buckle all the way around and pulling out my coin for Jets.
I think it's we noticed like how piratey your belt buckle looks.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
we've never noticed that before.
Yeah. Well, I'm all about the booty, so I'm pulling this
All about
out.
that booty.
I was waiting on that one.
Yeah. I pull out the coin and I'm gonna hold it up the Jet like this. So you're saying this is magical after all.
Very magical. Very powerful.
All right. So what's it do?
Give me 11 minutes, and I can tell you exactly what it does.
Now, if I'm gonna give this to you, you gotta promise to give it back, though. Correct? Because this.
Yeah, I gave Grian's back, and I gave Ianthi's back.
Okay. Oh, cool. I just wanted to make sure. Hey, we share some things always, but this is sort of a yeah. So I'll hand it to Jet off for him to start his identify.
Okay. Jet, you are aware.
Hey, Tisha, you might want to hang around in case. So if my scales start like ripping off, or I start bleeding out of my eyes, just knock me out really quick, okay?
Don't have to ask me twice. I'll knock it cold out, man. Just no wars. No wars.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Happy to do it. I mean, yes.
Oh.
No, because we're friends. I'd knock you out because we're friends. The way that friends do, violence towards one another, in friendly ways.
I don't think that's right.
I'm pretty sure it's all right. I'm pretty sure it's fine. I think I'm.
But there's like a
correct here.
line that you don't cross between friends. Where like it's okay to be a little playful, and to spar or whatever, but you don't want to actually hurt them.
No, but you just asked me to, so there's no. The line's
that's
fine.
Okay.
You said if you were burning or something like that. Yeah. I'm not going. Yeah, we're good. We're friends. It's all good. No worries.
Okay. And Chet will cast Identify on this coin.
You got it. Jet, Nathan, go ahead and message me your Arcana check, and then I believe it was a Constitution saving throw, if I recall. So you can go ahead and message me that in the chat. But as you're doing that, we will move to Grian. What does your morning look like?
Yeah, so I think as everybody wakes up this morning, as Grian wakes up, I think there's going to be just a little certain glow around him, as my level in Warlock gives me my Celestial Revelation to give me 14 temporary hit points every time I wake up in the morning, or really after a long rest, and everybody else gets plus 9 temporary hit points added to their character sheets.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I think he wakes up to the sunlight coming through his little crawl hole outside of his, or on this, next to his bed, and he hears kind of this going on with Tishian and Jet. But I think he's going to let them do their thing, and I'm going to climb out of the crawl hole and kind of let the sun wake me up, because I think it's been a long time since he's rested this well, and he's going to just slowly take that time to wake up in the morning.
Okay. This is your celestial revelation that gives you this?
Correct. Because I am now 10 levels in Warlock and 1 in Fighter. So I'm like a level behind the actual level.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I would say like you definitely hear some talk. Actually, yeah, because Titian's at the bunk beds area, right?
It's like, I think it's one room and we all have different beds, is the way that it was described.
Yeah. So you're there during this conversation. Celestial resilience.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Sweet.
Yeah, but I'm gonna crawl out and just enjoy the slow wake up. And let them do that whole thing.
Okay. You got it. I will say, give me a perception check as you wake up.
Yeah. I think as part of this too is having lost the memory he did. Okay, that's a nat 20, which is
Nice.
great considering I rolled last night like dog shit. So perception is that plus that, which is a 25.
25. Okay, awesome. I will say you notice as you look outside, you see Iska, kind of like kneeling down on the ground, about maybe like 50 or so feet away from where you were. And just seems to be in like some sort of meditative state. You see Orzai looks to be like making a kind of like a walk sort of around the camp. Seems to be just kind of walking in a circle. And you notice Ada seemingly I would say your initial sort of perception, seeing Ada kind of by the fire, just kind of like looking into it, and then you see her kind of just drift off to the side, and continually kind of like wake herself back up.
Okay. It's hard because I don't necessarily want to like not have Kay here, but
Sure.
But I have questions. I'm gonna Ishkar, right? Or Ishtar. Ishkar. I'd like to
Iskar.
Iskar. Sorry, getting my references mixed up. I'm going to
Say that one more time.
I'm going to fly down to Iskar, just because it's going to be quieter down there than Jet ripping himself a new one. And good morning, Iskar. Was it? Yeah.
Okay. You see the glass kind of the shimmering sort of crystalline sort of face of Iskar, eyes pupilless, kind of staring forward as if she's looking right at you. And it takes you a moment before you realize that she is not aware of your presence right now.
Okay.
Like I said, she's meditating.
Yeah. I think, I'm going to take this moment to sit next to her and meditate with her.
Okay. Beautiful.
Drink in the sunlight, restore my boon. Drink in the peace, the tranquility after the nightmare of the forest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Green, you know what I'm going to ask for? His favorite roll.
Oh.
Your religion check.
Yeah. And fucking dude, this is great as ever. It's a 9.
Oh, it's my favorite trope. Never gets old.
I don't think I've rolled above like a 10 on a relative.
Yeah, I don't think you have either.
2 years.
It's so good. Cool. So yes, I think as you're doing this to kind of like try to be able to maintain a connection of peace and try to pull in from the beautiful sunshine of the day. With a 9, you're able to take in that amount of sunshine as you're taking that momentary sort of pause. But you also, I'll say, in the idea of possibly with that resilience, there's a level of feeling. I wouldn't say jumpy, but a little bit more energetic given this temporary HP that has been gifted to you. This feeling of like a need to maybe be a little bit more active. But I'll let you kind of decide what Grian does with that information as you will. We'll pause you there. Adim, what's your morning like?
Dean, probably instead having stayed up a little later, talking to Iskar and the others whose name I forgot, but him, probably slept in a little bit and woke up as Tishian and Jet were talking, and probably like peeked an eye open as Tishian was flaring, swashbuckling with the coin, and kind of grinned internally, like thinking he's got some flair. Coming from an actual sailor, like, all right, yeah, I'll give it to him. But then, like, as they got into the actual spell, Adim then woke up, stretched, and then quietly left and nodded. Since Jet was busy, nodded to Tishian, walked out of the tower, and just started as he usually does, stretching and throwing things. But not at people or items, just like practicing and just getting all the night tension out of him. Just getting ready for the day. So he does make sure to not throw anything in the direction of his hosts, for lack of a better term, or his guides. He's attempting to not be threatening.
Beautiful. As you go out,
and I'm a little quicker, because I now get 3 attacks around. So that's the one thing I got. But it's a big thing, because apparently Joe was sad about that. But he shouldn't be sad, because I usually roll a 6 when I'm trying to hit. So,
yeah.
I get to roll multiple things under 10, not just 2. I get to roll 3 times under 10. Anyway, go ahead.
Beautiful. So Adim took another level in fighter.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, another level in fighter. I'm sticking with fighter.
Yeah, I think in this moment, Adim, you I'll say, like, I think the way it might kind of like set up to where you were you're at, where you're facing this tree, this stagnant object, but recognizing that, I'd say probably maybe for the past few months you're getting like ever so closer to being able to feel like I think with like that third sort of thing, you feel like maybe it's the return of that your weapon chakram. That return of your chakram is what's like keeping you back. So like maybe that third attack you're able to kind of like grab, because I think you have a couple daggers still, right?
I have daggers. I can use my trident the same way. I imagine maybe like if I'm using the chakram, like I'm learning to move with its return and just twist and throw it again, like move with it rather than catch it and throw it.
Yeah, I like that.
Like moving with it and spinning and throwing it again like a little dervish.
I love that. Very cool. Awesome. Nice. And I will say with that, because there was time spent enough in the moment of Jet holding the coin, that as you go to walk out, you do notice that while Jet is in a moment of deep sort of reflection, you do not see any bleeding eyes, no ripped scales or anything like that.
And Adim is pleased by this.
Yes.
So he feels safe leaving him with Titian, and like there will be no violence here. So,
I still hit him. No, I'm kidding.
I can see him as I'm going downstairs. He's bleeding, right, Adim? Wink, wink. Just
Right. Beautiful. Cool. And Ianthe. What's your morning like?
I have slept in as long as I possibly can.
Okay.
But once everybody starts being loud, I'll get up. And what I would like to do is take my new necklace, and I'm gonna go. We still have that like bath area, yeah. Yeah, she's just going to draw out like the hottest, most luxurious bath that she can, and get in like this, and spend time attuning to the new necklace.
Okay. Interesting. I have to give me a religion check.
I'm not good at those either. Why religion doesn't go well for this group?
I don't remember what Matt's is, but I don't know if any of us are really good at it.
No.
I think I'm pretty sure Titian rolls almost always decent religion rolls.
I know it does not roll well. Oh, it doesn't
I have
have
a
high
plus 0 to it, though.
Yeah.
Plus 0.
I can't make the argument for Arcana. It's still bad.
You can use your inspiration if you'd like.
Yeah, all right, I'll do that. Wasting it on the first stupid roll. That's better. 15.
Okay. 15 is the DC. As you go to attune, there's a moment, Ianthe, where you're feeling I think with the 15, there's a moment where you're feeling like you're hearing the beginning. You're hearing a voice, but you're distracted visually. Your ears are covered in notices, but you feel like for you to be able to fully tune into this voice, you may have to go all the way under.
You will. Just like slowly slide underneath.
So you go under, you see the reflection of the sunshine moving in through the ceramic tub, the white, slightly curved, and you start to see images a city. Standing like one giant triangular monument. You feel the movements, the ripples of the water. You hear a voice that you've been dreading, missing. Wanting, not wanting. I think those answers depend on the situation and the day, but voice calls out to you. I see it fits then.
I think it suits me better than the other one.
I assume you all made it out safely.
No. We didn't. But Adib and I did.
The journeys of knowledge can be treacherous. I had a moment with your brother. Interrupted by my both our misunderstanding. Perhaps there's no use in speaking backwards, Anthony. I recognize that, like your brother, there are probably some feelings. Rightfully so. Knowing that you're close brings me great joy. I assume there will be much to learn and discover this day, but I would ask that you meet me at the spire. Before the day is done. It is not a
Unity?
it's not a order or a command or a request.
I'll see what I can do. I make no promises.
I understand. I am glad you got my gift either way. Please. Use it as you wish.
We'll call it several years' worth of missed birthday presents.
You see the image of this city just disappear, falling back into the ripples of the white ceramic, harboring no response.
I think I just stay under the water for a little bit longer.
Makes sense. Jet. So you hold the coin. You feel that power. Not coursing through you like the others did. It feels locked behind doors. See-through doors. You're still able to determine what it is, but the beauty of this item is not in the design of its power, but the power of the wielder being used through it. As you flip to the tree side, with your 21 Arcana, you feel a connection, that same sort of thing that kind of hinted in the back of your mind of what this tree represents, it looks familiar, as if it's taken from a parchment, a scroll, a tome of something that you're and then it hits you. Yggdrasil, the world tree. A concept in the book that you read is the idea of all magic, all pieces connected, branching, running through, having a central source that is not tied to, as far as anyone knows, it's not tied to a deity or a tradition, like a god, a devil, a demon. Something that exists without choice, without reason, without maybe even conscience. Something that exists only to tie the magic of the world together. Safely. Quietly. As you sit and look at that side of the coin, you feel a shadow creeping over you, not in a way of feeling that maybe sensation of like when your father stood behind you, caught in the sun, the large horns kind of showing that intimidating feature. This feels like a warm touch on your shoulders. Feels like shelter. A momentary feeling that everything is going to be okay. Comfort. And then you flip it over. As soon as you do, that feeling disappears. You no longer feel that momentary sort of thing of everything is, nothing bad could happen to me in this moment. You feel this lurching sort of, this heavy sort of weight high in your stomach. That sort of feeling when you remember when you first tried to take flight. Seeing the ground below and knowing this could be it. And not only this moment, but every time. There's always a moment in your flight that something could go wrong and you would meet a very quick end. But you do it anyway. Every time. Sometimes out of necessity, sometimes because you know you can, but each time is built onto the idea of the chance of something going wrong. And that's exciting. As you stare at this coin, that is the only feeling you're able to get from this side. It's less than the other. It's shrouded still in mystery surrounding the idea of what this seal really means. But you feel danger. Excitement. All at once. This is called the silver coin of the chosen path. Perfectly balanced, bearing two distinct sides. One side displays the Anzir, representing relentless pursuit of knowledge, while the other side features Yggdrasil, the world tree, symbolizing comfort, warmth, preservation. Once per day, When making an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, the wielder may flip the coin and choose a side. On the Anzir side, the wielder gains an automatic natural 20 on the roll, succeeding without question. Yggdrasil side. For the next 10 minutes, every dice roll the wielder makes automatically results in a 13, preventing catastrophic failure while also ensuring no critical successes. The coin's power requires a clear decision. If the wielder hesitates or refuses to choose a side, the coin's magic does not activate, and its power is wasted for the day.
Okay. As Jet's kind of going back and forth through it, in one hand he's got a spear, which kind of reminds him of the Yggdrasil feeling, that like being safe and warm and home. And he's gonna take the coin and do one of those little flourishes with it, over your hand, and then hand it over to Titian.
So did you figure out what's going on with my coin, or?
Yeah. So basically, you choose and you flip a coin, and when you do, you get some interesting benefits. Luck's always on your side with this. Well, I guess that's... If luck is on your side, luck is big time on your side.
Oh, okay. Oh, great. So there's nothing bad at all with this, though? Like, I'm not gonna shrink a foot or lose a foot or have to eat a foot, anything like that?
I mean, why would you want to eat a foot?
Sometimes they're tasty.
Okay. Okay. You shouldn't. I mean, unless that's what you're trying to do.
I'm just well, okay. So this is just really nice and strong.
Just real quick, the concept of the luck part of this, obviously, and the idea of like what you're able to be granted on this makes sense, but you do get a significant concept of like the idea of this coin being 50-50 is not necessarily based on luck at all.
Okay.
And I think that's a big sort of part of it. This is a silver coin of the chosen path.
Gotcha. So my question is, when you use it, you call either heads or tails, right?
No, you choose.
Oh, that's even better.
Yep. So once per day when making an ability check, attack roll saving, the wielder may flip the coin and choose a side.
Okay. Well, you get to choose your own luck with this one.
Awesome. Sounds like something we could definitely use. Yeah, this is fun. Okay. I'll take it and just like look at it. So, and then just start talking to Jet in detail. Like, so does the tree mean luck, and then this side mean like?
So the tree is Yggdrasil, which is basically the connection of all things through magic, and it's there. It's always there. Whereas the other side is more of, that feeling when you walk to the edge of a cliff and you're like, I should jump.
Yes. I actually jumped off a cliff. Feeling. Yeah, if you might not remember, I jumped off a cliff like 3 weeks ago, I think it was.
Yeah, but
like,
see,
the
I
family
didn't see
and
you.
Stuff.
I didn't know if you jumped or if you got pushed off because there was a big wall of fire in the way.
No, I had to jump. It was fun though. It was fine. It was exciting. Yeah.
Exactly. It's that. What is that like euphoric feeling of there's risk, but you made the choice and there's excitement. You know, it's like thrill seeking. It's like me when I find a very powerful magic item.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, man, this is really exciting. I gotta figure out how to use this now. This is okay. So this is really cool. Okay, all right.
It's a once per day thing, so don't waste it. We might need it.
Okay. So once per day, I could. Okay. I'll have it in my.
If you choose the sigil, you're very good at the next thing you do. If you choose the tree, you aren't the best in the world, but you're not gonna fail for the next little bit.
Okay. Okay. So when we absolutely need to absolutely need to kill something, the tree. When we just need to kill a bunch of things, the sigil. Got you. Understood.
If it's one thing, yeah, you're right. I don't know. That's the risk, right?
Yeah, that's the thrill seeking. I guess as you're talking about. So, I mean, this is so. Grienne has a key. Ianthe has a mirror. I got a coin. We're in this wonderful tower that you built. What else did I miss? I guess.
From yesterday. Oh, well, a lot of people talked. I just kind of moved things around, and then I think I went to bed pretty early too. Oh no, I was like listening to what they were saying and writing everything down. Do you know that the this race of Genasi that's like hybrid, they only sleep like once a month? And Chet pulls out notes and starts going through all the conversation that he just listened through.
Tishian is just catching up and trying to at least look like he's understanding half of what's being said to him.
Yeah, I like it. Cool. Just to remind me, does Tishian still have 2 exhaustion levels or 1?
I have 2.
Okay, cool.
So right now I believe my speed is halved and whatever the first one is.
Disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Sweet. We'll come back to Grienne. Oh, So are you? Oh.
Huh? What? Oh.
As you open your eyes and you see Iskar kind of turned in your direction. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Were you sleeping? I apologize.
No, not at all. Just meditating. It keeps me. It allows for important information to be sent to me given the need, and allowing me to send it out as well.
Is that through like a mental connection, or do you do that with the weave?
Well, yes and no. It's difficult from our end. It is a magic that doesn't... a magic that is from a different plane and therefore has seemingly maybe a different set of rules. It is hard to explain. But it's something that you would be born with.
Got it. I know the feeling. And I think his hair is, at this point, probably got like a good little glow to it. While his magic comes from his warlock bond, he is an Aasimar, so he does have that celestial connection.
Yeah. So I think as you, how do you kind of did this? What are you referencing?
Just like his whole, like his hair is glowing, like not like super bright, but it's a faint glow.
Roll me an insight check.
Ooh, okay. Fucking religions, I swear to God. Insight is 22.
Nice. You seem Iskar seems to have been as interested in you all as you were and are in her. So you're a little bit surprised when she doesn't lean into that, into what you're connecting at all. I'll say with a 22, feels like that wasn't a surprise to her.
But you know, even though we're born with things change. I think the forest might have done a number to us back there. And I know it's a really strange and random question, but I was hoping to maybe get some new clothes when we get there.
Clothes.
I think he's gonna like use a shirt and be like, "This just doesn't feel like me anymore."
I see. Well, yes, I'm sure we could be of some use there. We'll probably need forgive my lack of better wording, but we will need a material touch to the concepts wanted.
That's would be great. I look forward to it. Thank you. I also had a question, if it was okay, while I look this up. The man we're going to see, his name is Cerilius?
Yes.
Is he like an elder of yours, or?
No. He is he's a good friend.
Got it.
The meeting between you and him may be something that he wishes to not involve us with.
That's an odd way to phrase it, but
What do you know? What do you know about the living light?
What to say? I don't. Oh God, separate brains here. I don't know much about it, but what I do know is that it's an older tale, not too old, but older still, and that those beings are more powerful than I could comprehend.
Yes, they were.
Yes, they were.
Well, Zajar would not exist in its way without them. So in a strange way, we have them to thank for this meeting. but Sibelius will be able to. Sibelius will be able to discuss that more with you.
Is he one of the living light?
No.
Well, either way, I look forward to meeting him, and I appreciate your patience with all of us and the warm welcome we've gotten since coming.
Oh, well, we figured that from our very, admittedly, especially after talking with Ianthe, very elementary understanding of your world culturally, we imagined that the shock of coming out of the forest and going right into our world, so to speak, would be a lot.
Well, we don't know much about yours either, so maybe we'll grow together in that sense.
That makes me very happy. That you want to know, and also that no one really seems to know. That is our understanding as well.
And then, if you wouldn't mind, at some point, I'd like to pick your brain a little bit more on connecting to the magic that connects you all. How you tap into the weave. I think I want to get a little bit more in touch with my own.
And you need to get inside my brain for this.
In a very speaking in spiritual kind of way, not in a physical. I was hoping for your help on how to bring my own connection to my magic a little bit higher than what it is. Better.
Something not invasive.
God, I hope not. But I'll let you be the teacher.
I feel that I'm greatly confused, but I if it involves conversation, I would be more than happy to oblige where I can. There are others that you will be meeting today, as well as multiple discoveries.
Okay. One last question before we meet back up with everybody else. Is there a language that might be a little bit easier than common that I might be able to speak for you?
Oh, well, all of the elemental beings, which is everyone that you'll be meeting, besides Cerilius. I believe Cerilius has no problem speaking in common or celestial. But for the rest, primordial would be a rather universal language around us. I apologize, some of the dialects get a little iffy when it comes to their regions, so to speak.
I don't know primordial, but I'll give it my best shot.
If you'd like, I could join you in... I would very much like to join your party, and I can serve as a interpreter when needed.
That would be great. Thank you. And okay.
You all seem to be rather comfortable with each other.
Yeah, we've gone through a lot of emotional turmoil together. So it kind of brings us a little bit closer together. I don't know
Mhm.
how exciting it gets around here, but
How many years have you been together?
uh, um, my brain is braining.
I
Uh,
I don't know how. It's not even one, dude.
no, I was I'd say probably 2 or 3 lunar cycles is how you track it here.
Oh. My.
The outside world isn't in the best of shape right now, which is another reason we've come here to seek help.
I see. Well, considering you've only just met each other, I assume you feel it'd be difficult to talk on personal information on everyone's understanding of each other.
I mean, if you want the tea, we can spit. We can talk. Ianthe ended. It's a idiom, meaning like we can talk about everyone here and divulge information about them, if you will.
Okay.
Adim and Ianthe are half siblings, which I'm sure you know.
Mhm.
I think their dad's name is Zajar. Don't quite
Yes.
remember. There's, but they did not grow up together at all. So I think by chance they met 2 or 3 lunar cycles ago. There's Jet, who is a dragon person, dragonborn. We met him.
What are Ianthe's interests?
Oh, she loves to sing and attention.
Attention.
And pretty things, shiny things. She loves to talk, and she's a big people person. Her main interest is being awful. No,
She's into like giants.
I've never personally asked what Ianthe's type is, if that's what you mean, her type of interest.
You said big people person.
Oh, giants. I thought you said dryads. That means that she just likes people. She likes other beings a lot. Like, she likes to be around them. She's very good at talking to them and entertaining them.
Regardless of who they are or whether she likes them or not.
Very much so. She would be, I think, what we would call a good host.
I see.
As far as her interests lie, we in the outside world in common say, it's never a bad idea to shoot your shot, take a chance, make a change, if that's what you mean.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Shoot your shot. Oh, she's an archer.
It means to.
Or she likes archery.
So in the same way that an archer would shoot the arrow and hopefully hit their target, if you're hoping for a specific outcome, the only way you can make that arrow shot is by taking that chance.
I apologize if there's anything that I made it seem like I was. But there will be no harm that comes from you, at least from my understanding of anything with the situation at all. I have no interest in. No one has any interest in harming anyone here.
Can I just, Joe? I just want to ask: is anyone else hearing this? Because I'm starting to just wonder about this new creature, this new person, feeling a little bit like insecure about like doing harm to us, I guess, or threatening.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance Adim is close enough to hear. Jet and Dishon, I think you guys are probably still like kind of packing up your stuff, and Ianthe is underwater.
I mean, no, I totally understand. Nope, I trust you. I have faith in you that you will treat us kindly, and cause no harm. I think it's again another idiom.
I see.
Yes.
Well, Green, thank you very much. I apologize for any difficulties in the conversation, as I'm sure there will be some things that will be lost in translation today, and I promise to try my very best.
I appreciate it, and I'm going to stand up and hold my hand out to help her up. Are you ready to go? Or at least join the others?
Yes.
Do you need help up? Would you like help up?
Oh, thank you. And you feel her you feel this very kind of strange sort of. It's not really like cold, but it is very like tingly. As her grip kind of grabs to your arm and she rises up. You see her kind of like she like just sort of like floats up. She doesn't.
Got it.
Yeah. She doesn't have legs.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I don't know if she needs help up. I'll just offer. She might just like collapse and do whatever. And then as we walk towards everybody else who are gathering at the entrance, I'm just gonna quickly say to her, "The sea glass is lovely, by the way. It's very beautiful."
Thank you.
Adim, are you done hitting that tree yet, or are you still mad at it?
The point is to not hit the tree. I haven't even hit it once. I'm usually throwing it around the trees. So no, Green, I haven't hit the tree yet, but thank you for asking.
No problem. Is everybody else coming down?
I don't know. Ianthe was bathing. She likes to do that too. I say that too, so that they know I heard. I prefer the ocean. She prefers tubs of water.
Bathtub, yeah.
If you'd like me to, I can go up and find out.
Sure.
Or better yet, I hold this and I put, "Hey, everyone, you coming down?"
Oh,
there you go.
Beautiful. You hear in Primordial, Orzai just looks like we are alone. There's no other. No one else seemed to follow from the forest.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. We may have to go back in then. Thank you for watching. Do you sleep?
Yes.
Or are you like once a month like your sister?
Yes.
Okay. Just like,
your skin is it is like leather. Yes.
I hope not. It's a little, but yes. If you were to, I suppose, if I were to die and someone were to skin me and urinate on my skin and let it dry in the sun, it would be like leather.
Like, no idea how that, like, no humor, like, on this game.
Right.
Yes.
I'm thinking of like sailing. I know how to make a little bit of things, and like I know how to make leather. So, like, but right now, I put my hand out to him. I'm like, it's a little softer. It's not as protective as leather.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
And you feel this, like, it's very strange. It's like imagining this. I mean, it's just imagining a bunch of rocks kind of wrapping around your arm. You feel it feels extremely warm as you see him like pulling this like magma away from his hand, as he assumes that's going to hurt you if he does that. But it's still extremely hot. But yeah, as he wraps around you. Oh. Forgive me, I just feel that I would have trouble going outside with such pierceable skin.
We're pretty squishy compared to you. Yes, it's we have to learn to. I guess if a person does what we do, meaning putting ourselves in danger, we have to learn how to get used to being hurt, and we have to get used to ideally either protecting ourselves in some way or dodging.
Well, I guess the difference is if I were to lose an arm, I don't get to grow it back.
Neither do I.
You see this look of confusion across his face as you Adim, no roll necessary for Adim. You know, like sea creatures, things like that. You like immediately kind of get like, oh, you think we grow limbs back?
Yeah. So I know some creatures in the ocean can do that, and I will admit I've never had the opportunity to try. And my sister and I are, well, my sisters and I are relatively unique on land from what we can tell. But we don't think that we could do that, and we do our best to keep our limbs with us. I'm very sure that the rest of New Moon would be unable to regrow limbs as well. I think that in this case, I am more like my elven parentage than my Marid parentage.
Oh. Well, even so, I imagine it works for you. And
well, I haven't died yet. I've come close, but I haven't died yet.
You see, I can imagine.
Yes, it's it's dangerous. But yeah, we're all born that way. I didn't even think that I might be able to regenerate a limb. I mean, I know the sea creatures can do it, and I grew up underwater, but I never even thought that might be possible. Not gonna try.
Right, that makes sense. But maybe.
I hope I don't need to find out. But maybe.
Interesting. For the rest of you all coming down, you're just hearing Adim and Orzai just making the strangest noises back and forth, touching each other's arms. But yeah, I imagine you guys are all back.
Awesome.
I'll say Ada is still. I know Kay's coming in pretty soon, but I'll say that Ada is still kind of like slumped, sort of like kind of coming in and out. I'd say like she probably saw a couple of you guys kind of come in and starting to kind of like pick up her stuff.
Ada, are you okay?
Yes, yeah. It's had trouble sleeping last night. Should I go grab my stuff?
Jet, when you collapse the tower, does all of our stuff come down, or?
The tower lasts for 24 hours, and when it fades, everything is put outside if you leave it in, I believe, but I can double check that for you.
So we
I could
should
imagine
probably
coming back here. I imagine we'll be staying in the city tonight.
Okay, I'll go get my stuff. Sure, just walk off.
Guess I'll grab my stuff too and come back down.
It all gets put out the front door when it goes away.
Cool.
Okay.
Uh,
Are you guys ready to head to the city, or is there something else you want to do before we go?
Well, if we're not going to look for, wow, brain just went away. Prisha. If we're not going to look for Prisha right now, then we need to, we should go to the city so we can get back to look for Prisha.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I mean, I haven't heard anything back from her, so might as well.
Did y'all pull out the Prisha fish last episode or not, or last session or not?
No, it was a rotting corpse of a fish. So
Well, yeah, but he did pull it out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, no worries then.
Because it was just a regular fish at this point. Like, there's no head. It's a rotting,
yeah, it's a headless fish.
like it's a rotting, headless sea bass type thing.
Oh, fun. Great.
Yeah.
Well, I'm happy y'all did that. That's good to hear. No, I'm good to go to the city if y'all are. Yeah.
Okay. Iskar, is there anything we need to do before we go into the city, or can we just kind of stroll on in?
Oh, well, you definitely don't want to just stroll on in. I will be guiding you through. Are there any concerns that you all have on the air? Is plenty of oxygen. Is there anything else that's needed?
Do you happen to have a tavern or a pub or bar, alcohol place in the city?
No, alcohol is poison to many creatures in both our worlds.
It's okay. I brought plenty for myself. It's fine. Everyone, I got us covered. Don't worry about it. We'll just imagine.
Understood.
Yeah. Well,
Understood, sir.
Do you? Oh, is this something where you all need to be covered in? I don't foresee there being any. Is this like something that you would need to be like in case you were to dry up, or you need to dry up?
No, I stay pretty moist all the time. No, it's more about just drinking and just having a good time, taking the edge off, chilling, relaxing with friends. Having a place to go where everybody knows your name. You know what I'm talking about?
Some people very much enjoy drinking alcohol.
Why?
It helps you be less concerned with your surroundings.
I think, team, you say that. I think concern surroundings Orzai picks up and says to you in Primordial, why would you want to be less concerned about your surroundings?
I struggle with that question myself, and I would argue that people feel stressed when they're too concerned about their surroundings. Many people feel stressed when they're too concerned about their surroundings. They don't want to feel that stress.
Okay, well, here's hoping there shouldn't be any reason for anyone to drink any alcohol today. And that was in common.
Do we look all right? Do we look presentable? If we're going to meet someone important.
Yes. You're perfect.
Okay, good.
All right. Well, let's. Did the other Leonin Tabaxi? Tabaxi. Am I saying that right?
Ada.
Tabaxi.
Ada. You see Ada kind of just come down the stairs at this point. Okay, all right. Well, it's a little bit of a hill, and I know that for some of you that have to walk, that is, as you see, like it's a significant. I mean, it's a straight shot, but it's a walk. You'll feel it on your knee. And you look at your knees, and you're like, oh man.
Look, they've got so much wear and tear at this point. I think I hit nothing.
Actually, especially Titian right now with the speed halved. All right, well,
Titian.
let's go introduce. And you see her start to kind of float away.
As we are walking, I want to use my half speed to my advantage and be the last person in the marching order, if you're asking for marching orders.
Sure.
Right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would say the only thing I will say is that Orzai would probably try to be behind you. As it seems systematic, like something they may have agreed on beforehand, that Orzai is taking up the rear, and then Iskar would be in front.
Okay, that's cool. I'm cool if he's near me. I might want to get a little bit of distance from the rest of the party at some point.
Yeah. I'd say it's pretty easy, even in this walk up, to do that as your speed is halved.
I do not mind letting Titian get away, but I want to stay within earshot of Orzai in case he has a question, because he only speaks primordial.
Okay. You got
it. So Titian, I'm not like keeping an eye on Titian, like tracking him, but I'm closer to Orzai.
I'm not necessarily getting it out of eyesight. I just want to get out of earshot, if that makes sense.
There is for sure a moment halfway up this, which it's not too far. I'd say it's probably about maybe a 20-minute hike. That Orzai, who cannot speak common. Okay. To Titian.
Titian has just been like really over exaggerating his body language for Orzai. Oh, okay.
I know it probably sounded like crumbling rocks. So I like turn to Titian, and he's like, he just wants to know if you're okay. You good, Titian?
I think he, because he's able to speak like some common. I think okay. Was it in common? I'll let you know for sure if it's
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
You see him picking up his knees, like.
Yeah, I have those too. Yes, very good. Good knees.
Okay.
Okay.
We just Orzai, he's fine.
All right. As I have a little bit of space.
Yeah.
I hope I'm not stepping on anyone's toes, but I feel like as a friend, I want to do this.
Okay.
I want to get into just a small section, and I want to use my Ring of Sending. I don't know if we've done this yet. Has anyone reached out to Ianthe's mother?
don't think so.
I would like to.
Or wait, no, Ianthe tried.
Did
In
Ianthe try?
the forest, I think.
She tried with
tried
the
it.
mirror.
I tried to reach Daphne with the mirror in the forest.
In the forest, yeah.
Okay. So I want to, because if I remember correctly, Ianthe's mother's had the head of a fish.
Mhm.
Was one of the heads of the fish. And then Prisha and everything else. I'm just trying to... I want to check in on a friend's mother so that I can help. I feel concerned about them.
Yeah, go for it.
So, gonna cast Sending. Hey, what was Ianthe's last name?
Barethnet.
What's his mom's name?
Barethnet.
Oh,
Barethnet?
last name, Barethnet.
Isabella
Hey.
is my mom.
Hey, Miss Barethnet, I just wanted to reach out to you and say hi. How are you doing? And can you share that cookie recipe with me real quick? Everything's good here for sure. Really good. Going great. This is Titian. Bye. I'm just looking for a sign of life without...
Mhm.
I don't want to cause any sort of concern on her end. So I'm leaning into the weird a little bit here.
You wait. 30 seconds. A minute. Hi, I don't remember how long this works. If it's... Did I respond in time? Hi, Titian. Good to hear from you. Everyone's safe? Cookie recipe. Oh, well, first you're going to make sure that you want to get a specific amount of...
Alright. I will take that knowledge with me and just okay. We've avoided that bad news at least for right now. So that's good to hear.
Okay.
Yeah, yes. I'm okay for the 12th time. I swear I'm okay.
Picks up knees. Help?
No, man. No, thank you.
You hear Orzago to say to Adib, should I pick him up or...
I don't think he would like that. I think he's going to be great on his own. Titian really likes being self-sufficient.
Okay, all right. Because he's very slow.
He's very tired right now. I think after he gets some more rest, you'll see a new Titian. Well, that's really bad for you. You'll see a revitalized Titian.
I see. All right. Okay. Well, if he wants me to pick him up, just let me know.
I will tell him that right now. Titian Orzai is happy to carry you if you need it. I told him that you would prefer to be self-sufficient and that you probably don't want that.
I think I'd better not be carried by the giant walking lava man. I think I'll be okay by myself. Tell him thank you, but no. No, thank you.
He goes back to Orzai and says, Titian says thank you, but no, he'd rather not be carried.
Okay.
Okay. And now I'm going to show him my knees. Here's my knees and my knees.
You see him respond in kind. Just lifting up his knees. Now he doesn't know if you understand what he was saying when he was done.
I just want to start singing head and shoulders, knees and toes. I just really want to start singing that right now. I taught elementary music for too long.
Oh my goodness, beautiful. Okay, cool. So you guys start walking up the mountain, and there is this. There's this moment of feeling each step. Ianthe, Jet, Grian. And eventually Titian, Nadim. There's a moment of realization of understanding that there are steps that you are taking right now in a land and a place that no one of any mortal realm may have ever stepped. That you're about to feast your eyes on. Something that almost no mortal eyes have seen. As each step comes closer, Ianthe, you feel Iskar turning back and watching you, looking at you for multiple reasons, but also to be able to share in the excitement and the joy as you see the grass start to level out. And Iskar 10 feet ahead of you turns completely to face you. Let me be the first. To welcome you to Zajar. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll see you guys in 10.
We made it!
as you all walk up to the precipice, looking down. There is a strange... There's a strange feeling that I would say for all of you that is equivalent to a moment of feeling like you have stepped onto another planet. As if some other alien life form saw a city once. And tried their best to make it similarly. Before you sprawls a vast city, suspended across plateaus of broken crystal and fused pieces of what looks to be a white porous rock. The biggest piece in front of you looks to be the ruins of some massive vessel that has been repurposed. The vessel itself seems to be broken up, torn apart. This skeletal sort of remains have been built into these translucent towers that spiral upward like curling horns. Some seem to be floating slightly off the ground. Others look inverted, hanging from the sky itself, dripping molten stone like chandeliers. As you stand there, you feel this sort of almost sense of electricity on the tips of your fingers, and as you breathe in the air on your tongue, everything feels charged. The ground itself seems to have been caved downward, as if something left a crater here. With the only real remains looks like an egg that has been broken apart. Its shells representing towering walls hundreds of feet high that are cracked and broken around it. In a way, almost like a blooming flower. Towards the back of this city, but standing impossibly high, a trick of light. Something that doesn't seem to fit this world, this dimension. Something that looks to be like a tear through space. 3 of them, to be exact. Looking somewhat triangular, but mostly as if there was like a god reached out with a tri-clawed hand and swiped. causing a rift, separation. From those areas, there seems to be light that is moving in and out, some of it shimmering in silver, others, another one seemingly a moving from a deep blue, green, shifting in shades from the darkest to the lightest. And the third standing resolute constant. But still a almost blinding white. As you all stand there for a moment, it takes a conscious physical thought to catch your breath. And the idea of something that you are seeing while awake. As it feels like a dream. Ianthe next to you is standing Iskar. Titian, as you make your way up behind you, is Orzai. As they give you a moment to take in the city. The scene is yours for a moment.
It's remarkable.
Yes, it is.
How long has it been here? How old is the city?
In a way, I guess it's been 150 years.
Wow. It's newer than I thought.
For that, you'll have to talk to our historian.
Is that where we're going next?
If you would like.
I'm at your disposal. You're the local.
Is everyone ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go down.
As you move forward, you start to see figures. At first moving like ghosts. Almost translucent, at least a few of them. Their movements all seeming to trail something behind them or in front of them. Their shapes seemingly humanoid, but really only up close. You see genasi of all forms moving peacefully, trailing brine, ash. You As you get closer, you feel that flicker of heat or a scent of newly fallen rain. For those that don't speak in in primordial, you hear these sounds and gestures that their harmonics seem to sound more like wind chimes and the sound wind makes through spaces between rock. Above it all, pulsing at the center of the city, floats a massive white shard. It seems not really circular. I would say looking somewhat like an egg, like a stretched out egg. You feel beneath your feet the ground itself seems to carry something strange, as if there's a frequency that your feet has tapped into that you never realized would be different than anywhere else. I will say, at this point, feel free to roll me a perception check and let me know specifically what you're looking for.
I got a 19. I'm looking for the spires.
Okay.
Or a spire.
Yeah. The concept of the spire itself, I think with a 19, your first inclination is some of these towers that are spiraling into the air or down from the air or from the sky itself. They seem triangular, but a lot of the structures here have that same sort of commonality to it. With a 19, spire is a strange word for what you think it is. As you look at the 3-dimensional tears towards the back of the city, something in you feels that those are the spires.
I just make a note of it, right, for now.
Sure. Okay.
I am gonna, as I clock them, I'm gonna try to fall next to Adim. I need to talk to you when we have a minute.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I was
go
going to say,
Tisha.
I rolled an 11, but I was just trying to glean, where entertainment, shopping, just trying to get a sense of the town square, or I guess get a sense for more of that aspect of this place.
Yeah, with an 11, you don't get You don't get a feeling that this is a town or a city in a traditional sense. It almost feels more like a center, similar to the feeling of like the movements of its people give you a feeling of more of like a somewhere between a trading post and I'd say a general's war tent, almost.
Okay. Tishin can relate to that. I'll stay quiet and just log all that for right now.
Okay.
Adim rolled. I rolled for Adim. Adim rolled a 15. And Adim is looking for something strangely esoteric for him, but I'll tell you why, because it's going to be a weird one. Ever since coming to the surface, he's realized he's unbalanced, and not mentally, but elementally. Yeah, maybe mentally, I think. But people like Tishin, Ada, Jet, Grian, maybe not Grian because he's Asmar, but people who were born from the prime material plane belong here. And Adim is heavier on one side. He's heavier with water, so he's always been kind of unbalanced, and that's always just intrigued him. But he's not really bright enough to understand like all the complexities of it, like the ins and outs of that. So what he's looking for is balance or lack thereof. Like, how can all these creatures who are as unbalanced physically as he is there balance there?
Yeah, great question.
So that's it's a weird one, but that's why. So I want to let you know why Adim was going way off the deep end.
I will say, because you can speak primordial, you hear conversations that seem deep in a way that is more than a connection that someone would have like a loved one, or actually I would say similar to conversations with a loved one, but you feel that it is you hear it enough times where it seems like it's a commonality of this is not the type of place where someone where someone has conversations that are hidden behind like common phrases like oh, I'm getting by, oh, how are you, like that. It's like in a way it's not an essence of like seriousness as much as it is there is very little room for anything gleaming in like a perception of like maybe like a lack of confidence. It feels very like family oriented here.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that what you mean by unbalanced?
No, but thank you.
Okay.
I still got something from it, so that's what you want to give me. I was thinking more elementally.
Okay, you're gonna have to be more specific.
Sure. So I realize the river is going to be heavy water, and a bonfire will be heavy fire, and if you're flying, you're heavy air. But as a plane, as an area, this is ideally when the whole is seen, it's earth, air, fire, water.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I am heavily water. Ianthe is heavily water. The fire genasi, who shall not be named, was heavily fire. They were all heavily that way, so we're unbalanced in that sense. We lean more heavily to something that is balanced in here. Is there balance within the city?
I see what you're saying.
But I like what you told me.
I think I get what you're saying. Um,
Because they also mentioned something last time about they were dodging a fire question.
I see. Okay.
And so that combined with Adim's feeling that he's unbalanced is like, is there something? Is it balanced? Like, do I see balance in there? Since I'm so far away from the sea, I'm not in the middle of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think as far as like population sources, you see like your initial connection with Orzai, which clearly has some sort of connection to actually, I believe he just straight up told you plane of fire. You notice that there are a significant amount of those types of creatures that seem to kind of glean to that level as well. So you don't see necessarily anything that seems to be missing at all elementally.
And it all seems to be working in harmony.
They do, yeah. They do. They all seem to in a very sort of like, even though most of them that seem to be very extremely different from one another, you don't really get that from the conversation so much.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Grian.
I got it's 13 plus a 5, so 18. I wanted to see, like, is there any magic coming off of this floating crystal in the sky? What it's like, does it seem like it's a protective type stone that's guarding the city versus just like a floating rock in the sky?
What would you roll a bet if it was our Arcana check?
Same thing, 18.
18, okay.
Because obviously it's floating, so there's magic to it, but what exactly am I looking at?
It seems you don't see anything that is necessarily sort of connecting. It seems more of a symbol than anything else in this moment. You don't see any like specific activity around it. Yeah, I mean, magic. It's gonna be like if Jet turned on and detect magic here, it just would be just impossible to tell. It's everything here is magical. But I would say in this case, yeah, you get a feeling of like something is probably both symbol. It is probably more than a symbol, but in this regard, in the idea of like the visual sort of thing and how close you are to it, it just feels like that. It doesn't seem to have any specific purpose as you're moving towards it.
Cool.
Ada.
My internet crashed. Did you ask for perception checks or anything, or just like what?
Yes, as you're moving through the city.
Wonder. That is a nat 20.
Okay.
I think the thing that she's kind of looking for, I think Ada as a whole is pretty unfamiliar with the idea of like primordials or like the other plane, like the elemental planes. And so I think what she's probably looking for, it feels a little bit like a waste of a nat 20, but is a little bit of scope. Like, what does it mean that this city is here and nobody else knows? Like, what is the magic and like how powerful is it? I guess. I think she just has no idea what she's looking at this moment.
Yeah, I would say with a nat 20, that's I mean, across the board. I know you weren't there for the introduction of this, but this city itself is, as I said to the rest of you, truly like an alien saw a city and said, okay, I'm going to go do that. And it like, but then took everything about it culturally and built it as a completely different sort of thing. So the idea of like why this is not able to be seen, I would say from this vantage point, as you guys kind of get closer in, I'll say scope wise, you saw, I'll say you were close enough that we do know that like a deem smelled water. So you know that water is somewhere close, like seawater. So you know that seawater is somewhere close by. But the idea of like how and why, or I'll say specifically how this was hidden, it's hard to say. It could be, I mean, there's no way to be able to tell from this vantage point where you are. You know what I mean? I'll say with a nat 20, I'll answer something else. You want me to give you a minute?
Yes, please.
Yeah, absolutely. Jet.
So, Green and Ada both stole my questions. So, I would like to know.
I mean, if you get a bigger, better look at that, feel free.
So, I was originally going to ask about the crystal, and then I was going to ask about like what is the like level of magic that they have here. But obviously, it's above my pay grade. So
yeah, it's a whole other.
I'm thinking, could I? I was going to ask if I could use Arcana for something, but what I kind of would like to have Jet doing, like in this moment as they're walking in, could I use Arcana and just kind of get a grasp of like not the like power of the spells, but like the nature and how you would go about casting. So you know what I'm saying? Like they're using like gravity magics in some ways, like a grasp of like how that would function instead.
Right. There's no. I hear your question. I will tell you there is no roll that would be high enough for Jet to be able to get an understanding of that.
Gotcha.
It is as you know, as we mentioned before, their kind of like concept of like where they're able to pull and control magic is a totally. It's not even necessarily that it's more powerful, so to speak. It's just different, if that makes sense. And I would say in this case, you know, if this, I will say you definitely get an idea, like just passively what I can answer for that is that you definitely get an idea that if this was one entity that made all of this, it would be someone who is more powerful beyond any being that you would know that have ever existed. If this is being powered by magic that is being continuously sort of fueled, I think in Jet's mind that makes more sense. As some sort of like, you know, for lack of a better word, some sort of battery. Maybe thing. I think that's you know, would be the first thing that Jet kind of thinks of is the idea of like how some of these you know, especially these buildings that are floating or upside down, how they're even able to exist. Ada, back to you.
Okay. Were we asked to relinquish our weapons walking in here? Yes, right?
You were not. No.
Wunderbar. So this will probably accompany an action. But the idea that this place is just so saturated in like magic that we can like, or like something that we can feel it. I want to know if elemental spells, even not cast by a primordial, if they are more powerful, or if they react different or feel different.
Okay, give me an example.
Like the example that I would use that is not what I'm going to use would be like fire. However, I don't think she wants to cast an offensive spell. Continual flame. I think that she would like cast it on her hand, like just like a little like torchlight in her hand, just to see if it feels different. Like feels like an arcana that's different than what she knows.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Awesome. So you do that. We'll say the nat 20 is for the arcana here on this. I love that. In that case, you do feel similar to the idea of like if there was wind that was blowing in a certain area, you feel a pull from the flame towards the large like egg-like stone that is in the center of the city.
So the flame's like pulling toward it.
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Is it like visibly pulling towards it or just like spiritually?
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay.
Just slightly. I would say like it's more the idea of like you're concentrating and you see it doing that, as if it's like, yeah. Anyone who's watching probably wouldn't notice that.
Great. I think she's gonna close her hand and dispel the spell.
Okay.
I think that is what she wants to know.
All right. Okay. Trying to find which person we want to have for this. Yeah. Let's see, we have this guy. Nope. That's not the one. Why did that do that like that? That's weird. Okay. Apologies. I thought I had this person's name. And I do. Okay. Okay. Actually, the idea of historian, I would say actually it would make more sense. Yeah. Yep. So we're going to do that. Cool. So as you all are walking through the city, you see there are a lot of these figures, like those that actually have faces. Some of them seem to be like expanded and extended out. Some of them seem to kind of have to pull contents of what looks to be like eyes and a mouth to seem like to have a face. You see them kind of nod and bow in your presence. They all seem to know that you're coming. It seems like, I'd say like the ones that have like full mouths seem to be like they certainly don't seem to be angry or anything. I'd say if you had to guess, it'd be mostly welcoming. And as you come up, actually I'll say as you are moving closer and actually going further kind of down into this kind of like crater-like area, you see a figure kind of float down in front of you. This figure is this like strange sort of culmination of light and smoke. His body seemingly kind of representing kind of almost like an elven form that you think may be possibly just for your benefit. And it seems like as Iskar is moving forward, or as Iskar is kind of guiding you, it does not seem like this was a purposeful interaction, at least on her end. Ianthe, do you speak Primordial?
No,
Is it
but I have
just
the
a
gem
Deem?
of translation.
Okay. Would you have it on in this case or no?
I do.
Okay. Cool.
I have it equipped. I
Um,
have it on. I have
okay.
not turned it off since we got here.
Okay. Cool. So I'll say Ianthe, Adim, Grian, if you wanted to comprehend languages, you could possibly maybe get this to work.
I don't have comprehend, but Ada does.
What?
I don't have comprehend languages, but Ada has comprehend languages. I
Oh,
have
what did you?
Eyes of the
what did
He's
you-
got,
Runekeeper
like-
is
Eyes of the
a
Runekeeper, that's right,
reading
yep.
thing.
He's got reading, yeah.
Cool. All right, cool. Ada, do you have comprehend languages up? Okay.
Could
All
I
right,
have
so
cast
all three-
tongues on myself when we walked into town?
Okay, you got it. All right, so everybody except for Titian and Grian are able to understand this. I'll say for Titian and Grian, you hear this sort of strange, sort of this. It does have this kind of like ethereal sort of sound, as if a ghost is trying to say something, where it's just this that sort of sound. And for the rest of you, you're hearing that sort of voice. But I'm not going to do the voice just because I would say the simplification of this is this figure is asking where you're going. And Iskar responds, saying, "Hi, Speaker Nazir. We thought it would be best if they spoke to the historian first." And you hear you see this figure that seems to be called Nazir. Kind of like takes a moment, sort of stares at you all. Or maybe, it's hard to tell. A lot of these people do not have pupils, so it's very hard to kind of get an idea of who they're looking at. But Ada, give me an insight check.
I'm rolling a different die because that was a second nat 20 and that feels wrong.
Okay.
Insight, my worst skill, 13.
Okay. With a 13, you just feel like you're being watched a little bit more than the rest in this moment.
Racism. Great.
And then there is just the slightest of nods to you all, and you see Nazir just kind of float away. I will say Iskar immediately kind of turns to you all and goes, "That was High Speaker Nazir. He will be important to talk to after. He would be the equivalent of not king.
Yarl.
I can't hear you. Okay.
Governor, mayor.
Jarl.
Jarl. You don't have Jarls. Yes, I guess governor makes sense. Well,
Is he? I'll be back later.
no, it's okay.
He seems a little
Suspicious?
frightening.
Oh. Why? I'm sorry that he came off that way.
Maybe I'm just nervous.
It's okay. as I said, we're all very happy that you're here.
I guess I'm not really sure why. Why is everyone so excited that we're here? I mean, we're happy to be here, but we usually don't get a warm welcome like this.
It signifies a change. And that's all I can say at this moment.
Is she speaking in
Common.
common right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's your translator, so assumption would be she normally speaks in common.
I would love to throw an insight check.
Okay. What are you trying to insight?
I want to get an insight. We're talking about someone who's a governor. We're talking about change. I feel like it's fairly obvious that she's hiding something.
Okay.
I'm trying to get an insight into like how dire this situation is. By that, I guess, like, is it like, are we talking change in terms of like just a political shift, or are we talking change in terms of like full revolution?
I'll say those are pretty big leaps. Give me an insight check.
Yeah. 11.
Okay. With an 11, you're not entirely sure. Change could mean a lot of things. I will say in the idea of like, the reason why I mentioned the war tent as more of an idea of like how communication works and how people seem to be responding to each other, less in any sort of realm of even the threat of violence here.
I guess to put it another way, I'm wanting to get a. I was wanting with an 11. I know it's not going to happen. I was wanting to get a glimpse as to whether or not they're seeing us as heroes coming to save them, in some shape or form.
I see. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. So it's 11.
I took it as, or I see it as like. I mean, obviously we have things to do, but kind of like it's a foretold moment in history, and like once these people show up, like the world is about to shift. Like we're the start of whatever's coming next. But that's how I took it. We're like their catalyst to do whatever. Us coming is the beginnings of whatever they're supposed to do, meant to do, whatever. Is what I took it as. If that helps you at all.
Iskar, I have a question.
Yes.
How much does the city have to do with the forest? Do you watch the forest? Do you...
The forest was not our choice. It's not ours to watch over, protect.
Whose was it?
That will be something Nazir will probably be able to discuss with you.
Right. Thank you.
While Ada is asking her question of her, I will just lean into Ianthe because of her questions about why are we here. I'm like, am I rubbing off on you? And I'll just go back to marching. Just very quietly.
Despite my best efforts, I think you might be.
As you... Cool. as you all, I'll say, like, with assuming that you guys are good to kind of move on, she kind of like guides you through, and you start to see that as you get further, and you're starting to kind of start to veer slightly right. Still kind of like going towards the center, but starting to kind of um, uh, move through a little more of like a crowded area, which in this case is uh full like sensory overload, where you see like like, there's figures that you see that are like that seem to be made of lightning, and like there's like that sort of like strange, like all sort of elements of pieces that are being pulled together. You see uh uh you see uh a genasi that comes through as a sort of like swirl of deep smoke and like deep red lightning that seems to kind of like come through and like and makes very heavy sort of sounds as they're taking literal steps. Um, that figure itself is probably about maybe like about like 7.5 feet tall, like large, like kind of having this sort of like giant, like sort of uh, uh, form with him, but it's all smoke. Um, uh, and as you get closer, Ada, I will say with that nat 20 Arcana check, you feel like there's something that is, because as you're getting closer to the city, that means you're getting closer to this object that's floating in the middle of the sky, in the middle of the city here, and you feel there's as if, like, similar to the feeling of like if you were wearing a necklace and a magnet was like picking it up, and you feel this kind of like just small sort of tug, but kind of like in the center of your chest, and it's constant. It's slight, but it's constant. That is we call it the fissure heart, the center of what holds this place together. It does not control the spires at all, but it does control everything that allows us to do what we do.
Looks like an egg.
Well, it is much more than that. I can show you.
Where did it come from?
You see her kind of like give a little rice mound. A rolling persuasion check, Ada.
Oh gosh. Okay. $16.
16.
I have a
Okay.
plus 11, guys.
Nice. So, 16. It came when the city came to be. I promise. He will explain. And you guys start to kind of at this moment is where you go and veer off to the right, where you see there is you see something that you just now notice you haven't really seen a lot of, and that's trees that are kind of extended out to a path that seems to be of the same sort of like heavy sort of like rock material of this crater that's inside, but also seems to be lined with like dirt and all that. And at the very end, you see what looks to be in a way that sticks out like the sorest of thumbs. You see a what looks to be a small wooden cabin. You see there is a window on either side, a door, and then there's a sort of like a Cape Cod sort of setting where there's a circular window up top. And you see a figure kind of standing in the window, waiting for you to arrive. As you get close, Iskar kind of like comes to Grian's size. Remember when I said that it's a good chance that this conversation will probably have to be had without us. Is that all right?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
Will he speak common?
Oh, yes. He is... Before you, he would be the only one that would ever be welcome here.
I mean, I would probably just ask that you guys don't go too far in case we need you.
Yes. We will be just outside. I'll make sure the trees properly fed. Although I don't know how.
Are you all ready to go in?
To the quaint little cottage? Sure, sounds like a blast.
It weirdly looks like my home.
As you get close, I will say the door actually opens. And you see a figure standing there. Seemingly at first human, average height, probably about 5'10", 5'11", maybe. Clothed in white, you can see long white hair. In green, you see golden eyes. You see there is a heavy sort of scar that seems to kind of start from the top of his head, kind of going over his eye, and another sort of piece that kind of comes in a little bit.
Hello. Are you... I assume you're Cerilius?
Yes, that is me. Come in, please.
I'll step in the house.
You see Iskar and Orza kind of gives you all like a little nod. As you all kind of wander in, he closes the door behind you. Well, that was the first time you saw that, right?
That...
It's a day of a lot of firsts. Yeah.
Well, I would say that's probably it's probably enough surprises for the day. I apologize if there's going to be a couple more, but please take a seat. Is there anything I can get you all? Tea? Something a little stronger, perhaps?
A little, a little stronger, perhaps.
Very well. Absolutely.
I'll take one too.
Strong. Yes.
All right. Well,
I think we could all use a bit.
all right. Wine?
Yes. Wine, please.
Sure. 5 glasses, I think, and some tea. Adim?
Water is good.
Very well. Yes. And for you, my dragonborn friend.
Tea, if you don't mind. That would be great.
Absolutely. All right.
I thought she said there was no alcohol here.
Well,
She also
apparently
said-
the historian has alcohol.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, right, Jet? Does that make sense?
From where the school that I was teaching at, alcohol was not allowed. So but it was Dare's Wharf, so you could just walk down the street to get a drink if you wanted. But I didn't drink
Well, you're
until I
from
met
Dare's
you guys.
Wharf.
Well, no, that's just where I met everyone.
Oh. You all meet in Dare's Wharf? She's like starting this conversation.
Oh, Ada, we don't have time
Right.
to get into that right now. We
Well, we
probably
might
should have
need
had this discussion last night, but we all went to sleep instead.
I might need a couple more glasses.
Sorry. I think this person is outside of the norm of Zajar.
Yeah, I mean, he might be like me.
Hold
Feel
on.
some
What do you
sort of-
hold on? What do you mean by like you? Do you mean like?
like
Magic?
like another Asimar.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, what makes you say that?
Did you feel some sort of, connection?
Can Asmar like sense each other? Is there a smell of some sort?
I've only ever met one other one, and that was Aaron. And yeah, there was like a weird sense of connection, but I mean, his eyes look similar to mine, so I mean, there's only one way to find out for sure, or I guess a couple ways to find out for sure. I don't know what that means for all of this, but it's a piece to a puzzle.
You see him come back in through a doorway. All right. Well, I have wine glasses. I did get that look from you. This is a whiskey glass, and like pushes a whiskey glass to you, Ada.
Hey.
Did not see the look from Titian. All right. Well, let me. Wine. Yes, I'll be right back. And as he turns to go back, Grian, you made this. You made this note of like thinking about this. You notice that as he turns his back, the robe kind of covers his whole back, but you notice that there's something. There's something that, as if like some sort of like malformation of bone or something like that, or I'd say maybe like a better way of describing it, like almost like as if he's like wearing like a small backpack underneath it. Like there's something on his back that you can't quite make out.
Okay, like either he's covering his wings, or someone cut them off.
It looks closer to the second one.
Okay.
comes back with a glass, or with wine. I hope you don't mind. Pouring myself one. It's been a while since I've talked to anyone about anything, but especially this.
Oh, that's A-okay.
Well, where are you? I'll just do one icebreaker if that's okay. Where are you all from?
Oh, all over. We've been traveling for some time.
So, Imea.
North Imea, to be specific.
Mhm.
Inoria.
Are there other places?
Inoria.
Anoria.
Asking all the good questions.
Oh, I guess
Beautiful.
that makes sense.
I mean, technically, I'm from Anilduin, but kind of grew up all over North Imea.
Are you familiar with Imea?
Very.
Oh,
And actually, Anoria as well. I was there once. Long time ago.
Where are you from? What does that mean?
I am. I was a solar from Celestia.
Okay.
wow.
I imagine none of you have met an angel before.
Well, we know Grian.
Yeah, we got one right here. We got one of those. It's Grian right over here.
Yes, I see the celestial touched. Welcome.
Yeah, I mean, thank you. Yeah, okay. But how did
May
you...
I make a small request?
Sure.
I realize this is not true of every Asimar, but may I see your wings?
Sure, and I'll stand up and open my wings up. Smack Ada in the face.
In character, Full just flips off.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, dude. Is that all you wanted to just see them?
It's been I no longer have that privilege. So
Well, if you can be spell touched, I might be able to temporarily fix that.
no, that's very kind of you, but it's for a very good reason. Right. Well, straight to it. Where to start? Well,
okay.
Yes. No. Please.
I mean, we have
What you
we
know.
have questions, but if there's a place you would rather start at.
Well, maybe I can formulate this story closer to your questions. What questions do you have?
Okay, so I guess some transparency here. We partially came here because sorry, my name is Grian. These are
Grian.
my friends, Ianthe, Tishian, Adim, Ada, and Jet. We came here partially because Ianthe and Adim got a message from their father Zajar to meet him here or what have you. And the other part is, I'm going to look nervously to the group before I say it. We are having an issue, problems with the primordials resurfacing.
We're looking for information on the primordial rods of destruction, creation. I think I've heard it both ways.
Yes, they are described as both. When I was around, it was creation, or when I was around.
From what we've seen, I think destruction might be a bit more apt.
Certainly can be. Depends on who's carrying it. Well, I apologize. I do have information on that, but I'll be honest with you. The story that I have to tell you is it's more along the lines of a bigger picture, if you can believe it or not.
Even bigger than that. Those are pretty
Bigger
big.
than the creation myth. They're a myth, right?
Well, first off,
They're
not a
not a
myth.
I mean,
Definitely
they're
not.
definitely not a
more
myth. Sorry, Ada.
Not mythic.
Gaps we need to fill. I mean, I guess a little bit more transparency is that we've met one of them. Know
It's a
of another.
person.
And we might need help rescuing them from their situations.
Fucking Faye.
No kidding.
Yes.
As we understand.
Where is she? Don't answer that, actually.
Hidden.
All right. Well, I was not aware that things were happening that quickly. All the more reason for you to understand. Okay. What do you know about our moon?
It controls the tides, it hangs in the sky, it has phases.
It's up there.
Okay. All true.
That's what D
Yeah.
knows.
I mean, he's not wrong. By any means.
All true. Yes. Also, it is, and I apologize for the...
Oh, you know what?
Kind
I
of-
think, and there's like 13 of them.
No, there's one.
Just one.
Well, one on this planet.
I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot of time in school, so
Yes.
check.
I'll be honest with you, it might be easier at this point that I just try to barrel through as much as I can. But I also warn you, it's a lot. There are beings on the moon. Their original makeup was originally the direct descendants of the original figures that housed your creators, the ones that put the primordials away. there was a specific amount of them that decided that it'd be best for them to exist and live outside of their creature comforts of this world and try to be something more, something bigger, to be able to watch, to be ready, to, in a word, to continue to these are ones that were assuming that eventually the primordials would be getting out. The original plan was to just be watchers, to make sure that when the time comes, they would be able to help create, to be able to defend or help decide. A lot of this is things that I know because I know, not because I've been able to converse with them at all. But yes, so that's that. About, give or take, about 150 years ago, they had decided that it, through heavy sources of magic and understanding that got them there on the moon in the first place, as well as some help from some so there are more worlds than this one. Just gonna let that sink in for a moment. I guess you could think of them as similarly as planes, but they're physical worlds. Okay, I'm going to assume you all understand that.
Like with people and creatures of their own.
Well, like
Yes.
the Shadowfell.
Do they have separate planes,
I
or are they
understand
like
that.
the same planes that we have?
That's a very good question.
Like is their Feywild the same Feywild?
No. Yes. Sort of.
Do
Shit,
they
it's right in all of
have?
this town?
Do they
So one
speak
could go
common
there
as
and
well,
go
or?
to these other worlds.
Are they
Common
very
is not a common is no, most of them don't.
Are they very little, or is it very far away?
Yes. Some
No,
are.
the moon. Are the people on the moon very small, or is
Oh.
the moon very far away?
No, they're your size. They are, in some ways, they're,
Oh, the moon's very far
they're,
away.
yes, they are your ancestors.
Well, you said they got bigger, so I thought maybe the moon was really this big and they got bigger.
No, the other worlds. They got bigger
Oh.
in terms of their numbers, as they gained more in technology, understanding of magic. Technology is a technically an understanding of magic and also of knowledge of how of how to be able to use the elements that are in your world
Hold
to
on.
be able to. Yes.
You said our ancestors came from the moon, or just Adim's ancestors came from the moon?
So your ancestors who
Mhm.
put the primordials away
Mm-hmm.
with the help from the Fae,
Mm-hmm.
some of them decided instead of living out lives on some of them decided to live out lives here on Astera,
Mm-hmm.
and some of them decided to live lives in the moon.
I just think my grandparents would have said
Astera
something
is
about
the
being
name
from
for
the
this
moon.
world.
So not Honoria, not Imea.
No.
It's so both of them together are Astera.
Among other places, yes.
There's more.
There is more.
How many more?
Depending on how you want to look at it, about 3 or 4 more colonies, countries, continents.
Wow. Okay.
I know it's a lot. Yes, I'm.
Does the moon have countries?
No, thankfully it is actually. In a way, it is actually much smaller
Oh, okay.
than your planet.
So, okay, go on. Adim is having a real problem wrapping his
Yeah,
brain around that.
100%.
He's trying, but he's gonna get a lot wrong.
Chet is writing all of this down, and he stops for a second. And he goes, "Are there, like you say, our ancestors? But aren't there like we all came from something? Are the other places the same way? Like, are these other planets the same way? Are they as far along as we are? Do they all have magic?"
Many of them are much further along.
Chet stops writing and stares at the ceiling for a second before continuing.
Far along, never mind. I don't want to know. I don't understand the question, and that's okay. Continue your story.
Well, so there yes, the concept and idea of there being other. I'd say for now, just consider it to be this an idea of like a distant island with other beings on that island, if that helps. But on top of all this, they are. So they got help from other creatures that came in on their ships and learned more about technology and designs of magic, and eventually got to a point where, as you mortals very much, as we mortals, very much like to do, is to play God. So, they created what they thought would be protectors. Think of them as demigods, creatures that were made of, defined by, and sounds stupid as I'm saying it out loud, but that were designed to be able to be fueled by emotion, what they thought to be positive, love, respect, admiration, those types of things, and they called them the living light.
We heard about Tell, right?
We've heard of.
I know that one. I know that
Not
one.
much is known about them.
Yes. Yes. Well, it was a huge fucking mistake.
He's not nice.
I'm aware.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. You've met a demigod, the five of you.
We fought it with other people and we lost a friend.
Yeah, meat is a
So-
very strong word.
You've met Tal.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, well, perhaps I am talking to the right people. You're alive to tell the tale.
Most of us.
How are you alive to tell the tale? Most of you kind of seem like idiots.
Okay, first, wow. And second, it
did
was
say
not
most.
just us. It wasn't just us. There were other people too. There was another group. We somehow came together, and it was like what, 12 of us, something like that. It was like a dozen of us, and
a friend was able to knock him back just enough for us to escape. Most of us to escape.
Yeah, we weren't going to win that one.
Was this in the Shadowfell?
Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't like that place either. Is that a planet?
No, that's a plane. We knew that.
Well, he was talking planets. I thought, I don't know. I'm sorry.
So you met Brumhilda.
Yes, she was helpful, no?
She's a friend
Yeah, she helped.
who despises her father,
Yeah.
whom didn't know was her father.
I know.
How do you know
Hey,
that?
Joe. Oh, never mind.
Sorry. You go.
No.
No, let's stay in the RP at this moment.
And I don't know if that's why the primordials are coming up again. I don't, but he's spoken to the world, and whatever his.
Yes, I know. Brumhilda. It's complicated, but Brumhilda is my daughter.
Ooh.
I couldn't. That you cut out. What was that? I'm sorry, Joe.
I said Brumhilda is my daughter. That's what he said.
Like
Thank you.
the two of you together?
No. That is an entirely.
So is she a solar or is she a living light?
So and you see him like start to become like, I would say in a word, annoyed. It's complicated. The living light was the answer for these figures that call themselves the Order of the Asher. They sent the living light to this planet, here, actually, right here, 150 years ago.
The crater.
And yes, the crater was them. Much of the technology that you see around here was them. It has since been taken for much more useful uses, at least for now. Apologies. The living light were a problem. And that's where I came in. See, I was a solar for Celestia, and once Celestia got word that there was beings playing God, action had to be taken. We need to know exactly what these creatures were and what they were capable of. So, many of us were sent down to Astera to collect them. Most of us did.
how many were left behind?
Two.
Tal and Broomhilda? Or Tal and someone else?
Two would be Tal and Broomhilda, but the reason why I'm here is because I fell in love. Her name is Bruin. You've all met Broomhilda, so I'll tell you they looked a lot alike.
Was she human?
No. She was something far greater.
Was she one of the living light?
I was assigned to bring Tal back, to bring Tal to Celestia. And I failed. Because I fell in love with one of them. After she had Broomhilda, and for the longest time, I believed Broomhilda to be biologically mine. It was clear that they were going to continue to hunt them. See, when they came to Celestia, they didn't... When the living light was brought to Celestia, they didn't... Something of their genetic makeup didn't connect, whether it's not fiend, but whatever for whatever reason, once they got to Celestia, they ceased to exist. They died. I knew. Because I found out what happened to the first ones. I knew Bruin for 10 beautiful years. And she was perfection. My perfection. I knew that such a beautiful creature should not be destined for that ending. So I stayed. I left my post. And we had our daughter. But after we had our daughter, it was clear that there was always going to be that same number. And if there was one more, it would just make them hunt harder. So Bruin made a sacrifice that any mother would. To buy Brimhilde time to exist. Bruin went to Celestia. And I lost my wife.
So how does Tall come into play?
These beings were designed to, created to be worshipped. And in that way, they would be able to get the power that they need to do what the Azure assumed will eventually need to be done. When the primordials come back, when they are released, they will be strong enough to bottle them back up. At least that's what I assumed the plan was. Trouble is that they didn't realize that emotions work both ways. Power will be proven time and time again to be corruptible.
So if we partner with these primordials, is that going to give us enough strength to defeat him?
We want the opinion of an old fallen angel.
We do.
One evil is not a good trade for another.
Shouldn't we then? You gave us a lot of names. What about that Azure group? Would they know it?
Yes, well, after they made what many would say to be an horrible mistake. My understanding, many of them took a vow to never interfere again.
Well, that's so basically they made a mess. They won't clean it up.
He said
There's a
many.
way to look at it.
He said many, but he didn't say all.
Where are the ones who didn't do that then? Like, can we talk to them?
From my resource, it seems that the official judgment of the Azure is to remain forever on the outsides looking in, it seems.
Wait, the Azure Order made the living light, and they're a demigod. So are the Azure Order gods? Are they the people the clerics worship? Are they like the bitch queen and the Raven Queen person? Is that who they are?
You live long enough. As long as I have. I can say this now. There is no difference. Adim, right?
Yeah.
It's just power. And Raven Queen being a perfect example of someone who was once mortal.
No, you're lying.
I'm not.
Really? Well, she did more than throw things, that's for sure.
I have no ill will towards the gods, but to zoom out enough, eventually you'll get to a point that would be similar to you walking near an anthill, or I don't know, taking care of a very small, helpless pet.
Well, yeah, okay, sure, but so are these Azure people the gods, and the ones that are still interacting with us and trying to help fix it, the ones that we worship, and the other ones are ones we don't worship because they ignore us? I'm just trying to make sense of this.
I would say that they are gods that do not want to be worshipped, would probably be the best way to look at it.
Okay.
They do not want to be known. The only reason we are able to have this discussion right now is because of where we are.
What do you mean?
This should be an important thing to mention outside of this. Should absolutely be no discussion at all of the Order of the Azure outside of this city.
Why?
Will they find us?
They certainly will. They have been watching you
What?
from the beginning.
Why?
Like this group or mankind?
Every single one of you.
Again, this group or all the people on in Amea, in Anoria, or sorry, Astera.
Astera.
I imagine Yes, Astera. I imagine the average person probably doesn't garnish more than a glance, but for you all, anyone who has gifts like you are absolutely on their radar.
I need to rewind just a second. So, if the living light couldn't survive in Celestia, does that mean that they're not made of radiant energy?
We don't know.
Well, I mean, we can keep our mouths shut. We've done it before.
Yep. Okay.
Trust me, Grian. I have a daughter. I would absolutely love to know the answer to that question. At the time, I still find it hard to believe, but I assume my daughter's telling the truth. At the time, I thought she was only half living light.
I don't know if it helps you at all, but one of our friends in the fight banished her to a different plane of existence, and she came back.
Oh, that is good to know. There is... It should be worth saying I am the historian of this place only because I have lived long. My abilities are long past me now. I am not much more helpless than your average Asteran, I guess. And I'm even aging now.
But what does this have to do with us? Why bring us here?
Well, fate. Predetermined, someone, somewhere, knew you would come. Perhaps not you specifically. I don't, that part is not very clear, but what is clear is that you are supposed to have either a front row seat or a big part, most likely more of a big part to play in the times that are coming ahead, and apparently are coming
Faster.
so swiftly. Yes. Unfortunately, that's all that we were given. You coming here means that Zajar is now hopefully more open to the world, but the Azure are very powerful in their way of making sure that the truth is not given out. They are the reasons why most of you have, any of you who are older than 150.
It's gonna be none of us here. Sorry.
That would be none.
Well, there is a reason why society does not have these written down in books, and I can assure you the reason is them.
Can I ask what's probably going to be a super dumb question?
No, go for it.
No, I'm asking him this. I said that to Shirley because you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Of course.
Okay, so we can talk about them because we're here, so they can't hear us here. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm assuming we're going to leave at some point. I can look at the party like, right? So if we leave and we don't mention them or here, will they know that we were ever actually here?
I imagine they would. They are the ones that created the forest.
Well, they know that we would get out the forest, but they wouldn't know that we found our way here. Maybe I don't know how. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way that we can keep their eyes off us because they don't sound very nice.
I'm not sure we can.
Do they look like really creepy purple, like tentacle head, weird guys? Is that what we're talking about? Are those the people we're talking about? Like the creatures in the forest?
No, I believe you're talking about the voidlings.
Voidling.
That's nice.
Yes. Your first venture into an alien life form.
They suck. They like literally suck the air out of you. It's not fun.
Yes. Well, in the space between planets, there is very little oxygen.
Wait, what? No, don't. I rescind the question. I'm just.
Ability to breathe.
Oh yeah, is that why I couldn't breathe there? Okay, maybe. I take it there's no water there either.
No, not in the way that you know it.
Okay. I'm gonna stop.
Please understand, I know that this is a lot to drop on you. But one thing that I think is very important to know is that Astera is in your hands.
No. No.
That's terrifying.
Yes. As terrifying as that sounds, that is the truth of it.
I can't really speak for everybody here, but I know the main reason I came here was to learn how to potentially separate the rod from the soul. You said you had a little bit of information on that?
Ignivirus's vessel is a 6-year-old child.
Yes, the Fae and their wicked games. They were the ones that put the rods away. Seems that they thought it would be what I would imagine to be what they would assume to be a funny joke.
So if we have any hope of finding out how to do it, we need to talk to them.
I'm confused. Again, it sounded like they put the rods away a long time ago. She's 6.
Yes.
Oh God, I'm getting a headache. I just want to meet my father. Okay, I'm gonna.
If the stories are true, time can work differently in the Feywild.
That's not fair. Okay, thank you. He just takes the water. And
Yeah. That one's. I think. I'll be honest with you. That one is. That one's pretty hard for me as well.
Okay, well, I don't feel.
Celestia actually works very simple in your movement of it. I mean, people exist forever, but time works the same.
He drinks the water, makes more.
People
Drinks the
exist
water.
forever?
Yeah, the souls, right? Because you know how that works?
Yes, so I think it is possible. When you came in, there was a device, a floating structure in the middle of the city.
Yes.
They like to call it the Fisher Heart.
Yes.
It powers and is powered by elemental energy. And in a quite exorbitant amount. I think there's a possibility that if it was shut off for a time of its normal power source, it would try to cling to something else. And in this case, that might be a way to capture it into another vessel.
Okay, but the problem there is, if it's shut off, does that mean that the force gets to come in here and everybody can see this place again?
Everyone could always see this place if they were allowed. It's similar magic as to the forests. If you ask sailors, I assume they would tell you something along the lines of, I got so far and then I forgot that, or we ran out of. Nothing that these beautiful creatures have made has been anything about concealment or deception. I think they very much would like to exist in your world.
Are they trapped here?
Trapped is not a great word, but they can go back to their plane at any point in time, but there's very few who make it out from this. One of which I believe to be your father.
But he doesn't, well, I know, but he doesn't seem to be like them. He was just a Merid.
Yes, well, water elementals and the like have a way of being able to flex the system sometimes, it seems.
We don't give up very easily. Okay. I need a nap.
I need some air.
My brain hurts. This is too much.
I understand. Maybe wine wasn't the best choice.
I only had water.
Anna chugs the rest of her whiskey.
Grian, you get that message from Eldrin right now.
Oh, God.
I get the message from Eldrin. She says
Eldrin?
that... I get the message from Eldrin. She says that the family is regrouping and they're going to hunt down Alyssa. I don't think she's safe with you. Where is she? Something like that. The ending, I can't remember exactly.
Tell her that we're not giving her up and we're taking her far away.
Yeah. So clarification, this was Brandon telling everyone
You
what was
all
said.
what you said.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
But,
Yeah.
but he didn't tell. But Green
This
didn't
is
tell
not
the
in
name.
there.
I think
Correct.
Korean didn't tell. Yes,
No.
yeah, that was why I was confused.
Okay.
Okay. Eldrin. What did I say I was going to say?
Okay, once again, Brandon, this is you messaging back?
I was looking for the message while I was.
No, I know.
Yeah.
But what do we know? What does the characters know right now?
Well, I'm like, okay, so if I start talking, it's going to be part of the message. If I like tell everybody else.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
And I don't want to cut off mid sentence. Eldrin, and you can all look at me.
Yeah, I do. I'm like, what?
We don't have Alyssa, but she is safe and tucked away. We are working on a way to separate her from the rod, but we might need a cleric. Are you in? That'll be the end of the message, and I'm going to look at the rest of the group. We have less time than we thought. Alyssa's in trouble. I'm going to look at Cerilius. Ignivirus might be set free sooner than we thought.
Well, in that case, this welcome party might be cut a little short. Also, how do you know Eldrin? And with that, we're going to end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.